grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine, yeah. Everything I do, I'm just being genuine, yeah. I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline, yeah. I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are facing Nemesis in Resident Evil 3. But first, let me welcome my wonderful viewers. Welcome in your right, hey Lily, how are you doing? Wow, it's Nemi, indeed it is. Now, since I was able to recover the last missing Charlie doll on my last Resident Evil 3 stream, during my 7th playthrough, let's not get hung up on that little detail, it is time to continue and hopefully finish this run, which is a special run since it is for the minimalist trophy, meaning I can do whatever I want except for one specific thing. Open the item box, which might seem simple and easy, but let me tell you, it's not. I was gonna do the first redeem, but technically Urite is first, so that wouldn't be fair. Well, Urite hasn't redeemed that yet, at least not that I see, so I guess it's free for the taking. Though that smug face is saying a lot there. Hello, I got some news. You're my new comfort streamer. Wow, thank you. How did I find out? I was crying for absolutely no reason at all. Maybe because I'm overwhelmed with emotions. I don't know. Oh, poor you. And I saw the notification for your stream. I made it lit up like the Christmas lights. Oh. Well, I hope that I can turn your frown upside down. But before we start, I will do something that is in theory not good for a streamer's career and actually promote someone else, or at least give the chance to do such. Because you see, Urite here in chat is going to host a rather special stream today, if I'm not mistaken, and if it's Wednesday today. My sense of time is absolutely terrible. Half of the time I don't even know which day it is. That's fine. Yes, I do have to check my own schedule, because I forget. So, you write it if you'd like to share what kind of a special day today is and why you are going to be streaming twice. I mean, he is spoiling us for sure. Then please share it in the chat. Of course, only if you'd like. Gotcha. Let me just do what? Now all of a sudden I'm nervous. You know when my viewers say they will just do something, I know they are up to something. Oh, followed. Oh, okay. Even though I don't really know why Twitch streamers are so delighted by the fact that they have so many followers. Most people don't really like stalkers. I joined the raid train, indeed, something that I heard about and never took part of, and I don't really know what it is, so maybe I will learn something here. And my spot is in like 35 minutes. Scream! Yes. I think he's trying to think about absolutely anything right now except for the raid train, so obviously I had to bring it up here. I'll be doing a blasphemous randomizer, because I don't know, I like the pressure on me, I think. Now, for the record, don't be nervous, I don't do chaotic shit on Twitch. That implies that you do chaotic stuff in life, which might be worse. But I'm safe. So, the only thing, well, actually two things that I can say about Blasphemous. One, it is a game that I tried out once upon a time. And it's one of the rare games that I actually stopped playing, not because it was boring, not because it was badly made or had bugs or anything like that, but because I could not possibly get through it. I don't know how. I played Souls-like games, but this 2D Souls-like thing is too difficult for me. However, it is, I would say, a horror adjacent game. And also, the language it uses, the rare words, all the rare words in it, you could make a small dictionary out of them. So I might need to return to it one day. I do chaotic stuff in life, organizing my wardrobe. How is that chaotic? That's quite the opposite of chaotic. You are bringing order to your wardrobe. I just realized something. I'm on my just chatting screen. And here you can boop my nose! Yes, I do. Why do you think I was overwhelmed? Ooh, all the chaotic things. Blasphemous is my baby. My penitent. I accept that you love that game. I just cannot understand how is it possible that you not only play through the game, but you think, you know what? This is too easy. Let's bring it a randomizer. Let's make it even more chaotic. Now, when you have checks notes, 250 hours on it, it's easy. 250 hours? That's all it takes? Really? Well, I mean, if you get through that much, I guess you either get good or you die. And welcome in, Zev. For the 100th time you joined my stream. Thank you. You think it's order? I'm just dropping everything inside and hoping it works. That's a sort of an artistic interpretation of a wardrobe, I guess. Oh, you didn't see my... Is that in Latin? I think it is. Iter Tormenti playthrough. It's a mod that makes it harder. I took all penances. So it was the hardest it could be, and it still wasn't hard enough. I guess. So what did we learn today, viewers? Urite likes it extra hard. And also, thank you for the break, Zeph. I greatly appreciate it. But you do know that you broke all of my windows at this point. I'm not even trying to repair them. So you really don't have to repeat that step. But thank you. What? I mean, that's what he said. Nah, it was hard. Let me guess. And you still enjoyed it? You maybe enjoyed it even more? Who knows? I mean, I can understand. Because there are a few games where I enjoy the challenge, but I don't go out of my way to make everything as difficult as I can make. I mean, you know, based on my Resident Evil playthroughs, I most of the time make things much more difficult than they should be. I'm gonna have to think about that sentence. Enjoy. Dread, are you suggesting something? Maybe I'm suggesting that... how could I word this properly? Your level of satisfaction is directly proportional to the hardness of the task at hand. I think that was rather nicely worded. But hey, I can understand. It's nice. Do you want to say something about tasks? I don't really know, because when it comes to tasks, I don't think I have the vast knowledge as you have, because you see, I am a trophy hunter, so I have my little list of things that I want to achieve or earn. You, on the other hand, are a completionist, so you don't have to be told what kind of tasks are available. You find out for yourself. You want to try every combination there is. And that I respect. But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy because the other thing is, Uriah is rather good at multitasking. I heard, well, I actually witnessed, because every time he's streaming, no matter how crazy a part is in a game, he can reply to the chat right away, which implies that he can read the chat at the same time, and that is brilliant. I don't know how he's doing that, but he can do it. So I guess that also means no matter how hard a task is, Urite always can split his attention to take care of another task. Multitasking, right? I have the chat very close to the game, so it's just a slight side eye, and I read quite fast. Are you saying that every time I say something you are just giving me the side eye? Wow. That is rude. That's about acceptance. And I read quite fast. No, that is true. I don't know how. I literally do not know how someone can read as fast as you write it. Because I like to read the text in games. And I remember, I think it was Psychonauts 2, he was streaming, and so I tried to read the text. And I just couldn't, because he switched so quickly. And so I asked, are you just skipping the dialogue? And he said, no, I read it already. And I was like, how? How do you do that? I was like in the middle of the sentence. But again, I'm not quick when it comes to reading. No, you're not giving me the side eye. I see. I just have to glance a bit to the right. Just a quick glance, all it takes. I understood half of that sentence. My brain is melting as we speak. Oh no, put some ice on it. I was scolded for that in school. Why? That's brilliant. That means you have an advantage when it comes to reading. And I mean, if you can comprehend all the things you read at that speed, that's great. You can process information much quicker. Do not be concerned. I'm just having one of those days. I just know Uriah is talented. That's enough for me to know. Yes. He certainly is. He is rather talented in many things. For example, pixel art. No, the only one thing you have to know about Uriah is he cannot take a compliment at all. So whenever I say something that is a fact, I'm not trying to make things up. I'm just observing what he's doing and stating what he's doing. He will always find or make up an excuse. If I say he's good at a game, he says, well, the game is easy. If I say his pixel art looks nice, he says it does not. There's always something, so he can dodge accepting the obvious. But that's fine. That's fine. I will continue complimenting him. I had advantage in school period, gifted kid, yada yada yada. I'm not talented, I'm just a goober. A smart goober. Yeah, that. You cannot take a compliment, you say? Me, a known compliment giver. Yes, good luck with that. I don't think I ever managed to get any kind of compliment through to your writer. It hasn't worked so far, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Maybe one day, when he is an accomplished and famous pixel artist, maybe he will utter the words, you know what, my art, maybe it's not total garbage. And that will already be a big step. He doesn't have to get through. I just break his brain. Ooh, I see. It's a more aggressive way. But, I mean, sometimes you have to kick in the door. I'm already broken. That's fine, you know. I think everyone is broken to a certain degree. That's why. So am I. We're gonna be besties. I think there is a Japanese art form of sorts where that is actually highlighted. What they do, they have these porcelain plates and all kinds of different items, and if they break, they glue them together and they paint along the cracks with golden paint. So you see how they broke and then being put together again. And that is nice, because as much as today's world loves everything new, there is something nice in vintage. And Yurite always says that he is somewhat old, so hey, a few cracks here and there, that just shows experience, knowledge, wisdom. And I love wisdom. Wise words, I love those. But speaking of Japanese, today we are playing a Japanese game, which is actually not known as Resident Evil in Japan. It is known as Biohazard. But it was changed when it was brought over to the rest of the world. The tale goes that Capcom, I think even back then, it was called Capcom, they realized, well, there is no way we can trademark the word Biohazard. Because, you know, it's one word. And most of the time you can't really trademark a simple word. Because that's like copywriting a letter. It doesn't work much. So, it became Resident Evil. Because the residents are evil, I guess. Actually, funny enough, I don't think anyone really knows why the series' name became Resident Evil. I think there was an article about it where it was mentioned that people came up with this title during one of the meetings and they just kind of liked it. How it sounded, they said, okay, Resident Evil, that's interesting. I mean, you don't really hear it in everyday conversation, which is good. So right away when you hear Resident Evil, there's only one thing that comes to your mind, and that's kind of a positive when you're trying to name a game, or in this case, an entire franchise. Even though back then I don't think it was a franchise just yet. But with that said, let me shrink a bit and see what we have in Resident Evil 3. I still don't know why the loading image is this one. As much as the tentacles don't... They don't really appear that much in the game. But somehow they are always put in front and center. Not sure why. Odd, isn't it? Yes, it has an autosave function, I know. special costumes. Don't mind that. That's for later. We don't talk about that. Alright, so where were we? I know where we were. In the hospital. Saved from death by Carlos's valiant efforts, Jill has awoken to the news that a missile is set to destroy Raccoon City. The only way they might be able to stop this missile strike is to obtain a vaccine. Jill resolved to set off after Carlos and soon made her way to an underground facility run by Umbrella. So, as I said, do whatever we can, but do not open the item box. Really important. Now, let's see what we have. Not this. Alright, so we have a shotgun with shells. That's pretty good. Let me do a bit of an inventory management. How do I do that? Oh, move. Funny enough, it was just recently announced that a similar inventory style, actually the one used in the remake of Resident Evil 4, will be returning in Resident Evil 9 Requiem. They always say just Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil Requiem, but I like to remind myself the number because that's still important. So what do we have here? Well, we have grenades, plenty of grenades. What is loaded here now? Explosive rounds, that's good. Now, during my current playthrough and also my trophy hunting of the two Distrained games, I learned a bit about where to look for collectibles. And so I started thinking, where is an area in this game that you might skip because the story makes it look like that you should be in a hurry, right? Because that's how I missed the little area in front of the Raccoon City Police Department. Now, this could be one in a way, because normally you just go through these doors, look for any possible zombies and hunters and such, and you just open this door with your lockpick, which you obviously have, since the lockpick is an item that you are required to collect for the story, and then you cannot get rid of it, and miss this entire part. Because in a way you already went through the entire hospital as Carlos, right? But be careful, because sometimes things change. Now, if you're thinking about it as a game, then obviously we are playing as a different character. We are skipping some time, who knows how much exactly, and so new things could have just popped up out of nowhere. On the other hand, in the story, Jill was still asleep when Carlos left, and we don't know what Carlos did during that time. Also, Tyrell is here. I can't speak today. So Tyrell is here. So he could have picked some things up or put down new items, such as maybe the gun that I left in the sick room. That is the G18 handgun, the Glock, that I don't want to pick up now because I don't have the inventory space for it. But one thing that is important for us is the Magnum. Now I picked up the Magnum, but I did not have the inventory space to pick up all the ammunition for it. And I do need that. No, this gun is actually not necessary for a playthrough. You can entirely skip it, which is interesting, because in most games, I would say the guns, the weapons, are kind of unmissable. Not here. It's a different kind of game. And it is true that you don't need it, but it certainly makes things easier, because the Magnum is rather strong. Now, here's the thing. To pick up everything, I would need more inventory space. Now I can later on return if I want to, and perhaps pick up more things, more items. But for now, I just want to get the Magnum ammo, because that is a scarce resource type. Now, let's see where I need to go. I lockpicked this. Okay, I can pick that up. That's good. Now, as I explained when I started this playthrough, I have a few records that I want to complete if possible. Now, records in Resident Evil 2 and 3 are pretty much in-game trophies or achievements, however you wish to call them. And they give you certain rewards for completing them. Now, other than models and concept art and such, in Resident Evil 3 they are even more important, because if you complete a record, you get points. Why is that important? Because you can spend those points to buy certain items from the in-game, well, shop. And if I want to get through the highest difficulty, then I think I will need those. Now, every record gives you a different amount of points based on, I guess, how difficult that thing is. Now, it's not super obvious in my opinion, because for collecting the Charlie dolls you get 1,000, I think, which is not a lot. And it takes a lot of time and effort to find those things. But I guess the developers thought anyone can find those if they really try. Whereas going through the entire game with some kind of a limitation, like not opening the item box or finishing it in a certain amount of time, that's different. Nurse Journal, September 27th. I'm pretty sure I picked this up. Yes, I'm pretty sure I picked this up in my previous playthroughs. At this point, I really feel like that the last file I'm missing is in an area that I completely missed. Now, as much as I did not think that was possible. I kind of proved it by finding that area next to the Raccoon police station that I completely missed multiple times. Oh, shotgun shells. Oh, I don't have space for that. Lovely. Now, I don't need shotgun shells for the records, because you see the records I'm after are for killing with the grenade launcher, this one, as well as the Magnum, which I think I should put on a quick select button, even though I'm not sure that would be a wise decision. Now, why I don't have these is rather simple. These are the strongest weapons in the game, pretty much. And I always tried to be mindful of using these rather rare ammunition types. And that means I use them for boss fights or to kill stronger enemies. But that means perhaps I shot 10 grenades into a bigger enemy, but it can only die once, right? So because the record requires you to defeat a certain number of enemies, I didn't get much progress by killing the stronger foes. Now, when it comes to Nemesis, since he is a boss and I'm pretty sure I used most of my ammo on Nemesis, especially when it comes to the grenade launcher, I'm not even sure if he's counted. I got distracted while telling the birthday bot my birthday. It didn't have my time zone at first, I had to search it up. Birthday bot. Where? Where's a birthday bot? Because I have to say, on Discord. Oh, I see. Yes, yes. That's a lovely thing, in my opinion. Not here. Yes. You see, there are so many. Oh, Magnum ammo, please. There are so many extensions and plugins and all those for Twitch and chatbots and all that, that I'm not really up to date with all the things that you can have here. Even though I like to keep my chat rather simple, I don't necessarily think that all those minigames and bot interactions that you can have in chat would benefit my stream style, because as much as they are advertised by saying that they help viewer engagement, and if you get bored you have something to do. Well, first of all, if you as a viewer are bored, I think I'm doing my job rather poorly, which might be the case. I'm not saying it is not. But second of all, it's kind of a distraction. So I try to keep the distractions to a minimum, because I can be rather distracting myself. So as far as I know, I have around 20 kills with the Magnum. I think 21 at this point, and I need 80. And the other thing with the grenade launcher I'm around 80 and I need 120. No, absolutely not. Did I not just say you were my comfort streamer? Yes, you did, and that warms my cold stone heart. Thank you. Now, with all the magnum bullets gathered, let's see, we have 16. That means 16 kills maximum. Not a lot, but we'll make it work somehow. So yeah, you're very entertaining. I just have the attention span of a goldfish. Oh no, you don't. All the people I see online, they are just... I don't know. They always sell themselves so short. You are amazing in your own way. Maybe you don't know it yet. You have to find out what you're good at, but that's fine. I remember I looked around here so many times because there is nothing here, so I thought there must be something hidden here, right? But no, there is literally almost nothing here. Well, there is a box. Excuse me? 16 kills if you don't miss. Yes, that's the problem. Have you seen my aiming in action ever? If I get 16 headshots with the Magnum, that will be a miracle. Stop being so sweet, I'm a cry happy tears. Oh no, don't cry. Don't cry, just accept that you're amazing.
Oh, this must be the way I'm bred.
That's one thing I never understood, why people say odd in a negative way. Because every time someone told me that I'm odd, which I am, and I'm proud of it, I always took it as a kind of compliment. Because that means you are unique. And there is nothing wrong with being special and unique in your own way. Also, what was that pop-up with the item I could pick up? That was you? I think it was. Well, that were you, to be a bit more correct with the grammar. I think there was actually a Charlie doll on one of these forklifts as well. I don't remember, to be perfectly honest. It's been so long that I started this game. Takes me much longer than Resident Evil 2, which is kind of funny because this game is known for being shorter, but that's that. Whee! We are going down! It's okay, you're smarter than me. Aww. I am no smart, let me tell you.
No one in the hospital ever noticed all this.
Well, you know, they were busy with helping people, and also anyone who tried to go underground just suddenly disappeared, which is, you know, odd at first, and then it becomes a warning sign. I mean, humanity as a whole is not that smart when it comes to not wiping itself out of existence. Because, I mean, look at Umbrella. They thought, oh, let's make bioweapons, we can sell them for a lot. But we might die as well. And they get surprised when they do. But when it comes to one person, the will to live, that is rather strong. A hip pouch, yes! More space for me. I'm not going back for the things I missed. Elevator notice. Yes, I picked that up before. Oh no, it's the consequences of my actions. Oh yes, they hate that. What will to live? Well, you know, most people when they're in a survival situation, they prefer to survive. I guess it's something just built into people. And people can survive a lot, let me tell you. They are brilliant creatures if they think. The problem is thinking somehow fell out of fashion as of late. Nikolai, I'm gonna shoot you. Why did they put bulletproof glass here? I mean, this is like a warehouse. Why do you need bulletproof glass? What were they expecting? Okay, you. I know that you will get up. Now this is a palehead. As far as I know, they are called that. And they are extremely annoying creatures because they can regenerate. Thinking is overrated, right? Well, that is what they want you to believe. So let's see. Now, normally I use the Magnum to deal with these paleheads, because you have to damage them quite a lot rather quickly. As you can see, they are known for their stillness. If you make a photo of them, they might be standing still. That's pretty much the only time. Oh, and when they are dead. So if I manage to shoot this one in the head, hopefully it will die right away, because we are on normal. If not, then we are in trouble. Okay, now, normally, in real life, well, if there is a zombie apocalypse, then in real life you have to walk up to the zombie, presumed dead, and check if it really is dead. But we have a little bit of a cheat here. I can just go into the records and check this one. Defeat 80 enemies with a Magnum. We were at 21. Now we are at 22. Meaning that guy, based on the game's own system, is dead. So if he gets up, that is cheating. Very still. As still as a child in a high chair being fed baby food. Oh yes. Not necessarily, because this zombie, unlike the child, is not flinging food at you. It is just trying to bite off your face. Which I don't know if children do that. I'm not good with children, so maybe they do. I don't know, I'm not an expert. Now then, normally this guy would fall down and start attacking us, but not now. That's the only difference. It looks like it's trying to fight restraint. Now let's see what we have here. Well, we have Nikolai and we have the random zombies. Don't worry, the random zombies will come to life. My niece tried to stab me with a fork. Thankfully, it was plastic. Oh, the little murderer. But that's the other thing. I'm not sure if it's related to being young or being cute. But if a baby tries to stab you with a knife, you'll find that adorable. If an adult tries to do the same, you'll find that horrifying. It's the same with pets, right? If you have a dog or a cat and they chew up the couch or they break something, then it's like, oh, they are so innocent. But if anything else tries to do the same, they are terrible. So, I mean, that child just, maybe without realizing, decided to do something that they couldn't do in the future, but they can get away with it now. Why does Automod hate that sentence? Well, you use this really offensive word. Dumb. They are dumb. They are also dangerous, contrary to popular belief. Yes, dangerous to themselves and their surroundings. I feel like this is the first time I got auto-modded here. Don't worry about it. Auto-mod is really picky with things, so... I don't think you can say something that the auto-mod will notice and I will actually not allow. Now this is interesting because I shot this person and this person is not getting up, even though they will in a moment. But let me try to go up to Nikolai.
I must admit, I respect your tenacity, but I'm afraid our games end here.
You think this is over?
I'm curious, he actually walks away? No? Now here's the fun part of this. Nikolai managed to go up there without a problem, but when we try to do the same, obviously all the fuses need to blow. So, let's see, you're still dead? Yep, still dead. Where's the fuse? Oh, there's the fuse. So I need fuses. Where did the bad blown fuses go? Well, whatever. I guess we have to move on. Funny enough, I couldn't use this before, but I can use it now. I remember these guys got up, but maybe it was only the pale head. Well, that's fine. He's already dead. Now, that's empty. Unlike another one that will not be empty soon. Here we go. I just realized a huge problem. I don't even have the necessary inventory space to carry the fuses. Wow. We are in trouble. But I will pick up the ammunition for now because we will use most of that ammunition. As I mentioned. We are kind of in a bad situation. Well shit indeed. So I think in that, or well, in one of them, there is a hunter that I missed when I first played. That's fine. Attention! No touching! No touching the product, because the product bites back. You know... you know this is bad. I went too close to the script line there and the doggos appeared, but that's fine. But you know, looking back, I'm kind of grateful that the developers didn't put a Charlie doll somewhere in a space like this. They could have. It would have been a bit evil. But the developers are not evil. The residents are. So let's look around what we find. You know, whoever put this place together, they didn't do a bang up job, just saying. Sir, no, you have to stop. Did that stop them? They need to be fired? I think they were just now. Let's see what we have here.
No, wait.
No, not a dead end, because you are slim and you can squeeze your way through here. Even though I could at least name 2 different parts of your body that might get in the way. Now let's go back, get this, because now we can. Since I used up the extra explosives I had. Let's not forget, we have to blow up some creatures for our points. I also love that there is literally a line you have to follow. I know this is a pathway and these are rather frequent in factories. It shows where you are safe from machinery and such, except if something falls on your head, apparently. And there's also all the random tape showing that, hey, maybe you can squeeze through there, but for the record, without these, I'm sure plenty of people would get a bit lost. So I don't really mind. I mean, it still makes more sense that there's a safety tape put up there than everything being painted yellow. Also, here's a thing that I just noticed. That piece of paper there, this one. This is a label, I think, used for the categorization of an energy consumption with electric devices, but also it's a European thing. I think that is actually the European Union's flag. What is that doing in America? That took you an awfully long time to remember. Ah, yes. Let's get you down here. Oh, right. Here we have a... Oh, multiple friends. Alright. Do I have anything I could use? Mine rounds. I don't want to use up the mine rounds. But I could... I could try to change to flame rounds. I know there were 4 flame rounds and 3 zombies. Uh-oh. That's no good. They literally stopped at the door. Freaking course they did. Get away from the door. You're blocking it. Where are they now? Oh, they went back. Shh. Be very, very quiet. I'm trying to aim. Shh. It's gonna be all fine. Yes. No back. Yes! Right to the back of the dome. Perfection. And I think there is a piece of paper here actually. Employee memo. Okay. Anything else? This is actually important for us, this area, because it is a shortcut that leads back to none other than the save room. So let's see, we have extra shotgun shells, a fuse. Well, I don't have room for the other fuse, so I guess we will have to return the fuses one by one. Nikolai, he left. Okay. Here's your fuse. Number 3. I'm not sure why the fuses are numbered, but I mean they might be for different ratings. I was this close to playing the Wilhelm scream redeem when you said to be quiet. Oh, please. Be my guest. I don't have many sound redeems because unfortunately most of the memes are from copyrighted content or shows or movies, and for obvious reasons they are rather new. The Wilhelm scream is a rare exception because it's from a really old movie, except it was used in newer productions as well, so I can use it copyright free. Now, here I know this is a little hidden area. We get the shell holder for the shotgun. I don't know what this actually does. Allows for faster reload speeds. Okay. I'm happy with that. So here we have that area as well, and I should have called this elevator up because it only has a control panel down here, obviously. Accessibility is really important in a facility like this. I only have 1 flame round left. I should use it up somehow. What's that? Handgun ammo. Maybe I will be throwing away handgun ammo, but for now, the more the merrier. The thing is, if I get into a fight with Nemesis, shooting 30 or 40 bullets from a pistol is pretty much nothing. But the problem is I only have 2 boss fights left and they are back to back. I just realized where I am. I am not in a safe place. Okay, now what can I do? So I will have zombies in front of me. Should I use up the grenades? I think yes. Mine? Explosive, okay. Let's use the explosive rounds. Safe place in Resident Evil? Hell no. Well, we have save rooms. They are pretty safe. Why this opened? No one knows. Oh, nice. All in a nicely put together bundle. That's how you save on ammunition. Okay, we have some gunpowder. That's... I mean, that is useful if I could pick them up. I have high-grade gunpowder. Now, I could... If you mix the 2 gunpowders, the small ones, you get pistol ammo. I don't really need that. If you mix a big and a small one, or high grade and a normal grade, you get shotgun shells. That might be useful, but if you mix 2 high grade, that might be the way to go. I have 1 flame round left, so let me get that, because the last gamma is here. A brilliant way to introduce them here. Okay, the flame round should work well. I shot them with the shotgun just in case they can survive 1 grenade, since I don't have a second one. And as we know, they don't really like high temperatures. And being on fire mostly involves a rather high temperature. No touchy here either. You know, at least they could have put something in there, like a cushion or something. Not random boxes and the plant. Why the plant? So the comfort level of the hunter is a bit better. Like, oh, I have a house plant, it's not so bad here. Now, I think I left this high-grade gunpowder here. And if I mix these 2, I hopefully get magnum ammo. Yes, 4 of them. That is lovely. I mean, 4 is not a lot, but it's magnum ammo, so every bullet counts. Now we can get this number 1 fuse. Only problem is still the fact that I don't have another slot in my inventory. So we have to figure out some way to deal with that. Oh, I do have one. How brilliant. Well, in that case, I can just be on my merry way and get the last fuse, if I can remember where that is. That is right next to the Hunter Beta, because this was a gamma, this is the fishy one. Now the fun thing is that the betas are the ones who resemble an insect, and against them the best weapon is the acid rounds for the grenade launcher. But I don't have even one because those need to be crafted. And I didn't really pick up the ingredients because I don't have the inventory space for it. Gunpowder, not really useful for me now. Oh! Oh! Bad weapon. Bad choice. Bad choice of weapon. That is not good. Okay. Would you please blow up? Thank you. I didn't want to waste that. Know that we used it. Yes, I decided to dance with a hunter because I mean I can't just leave a mine around here. I can't pick it up. That would be wasteful. And hey, we made some extra inventory space because we had 2 spare ones. So if I reload and then change to the explosive ones, there we go. A bunch of free inventory space. I thought it actually appears once I pick up the fuse and want to leave. Apparently I was wrong. It's been a while since I went through this area. Did I miss anything else? I was kind of stopped in my tracks here. But how the hunter was standing right next to the fuse box makes me wonder if they were a human once upon a time, like the janitor turned into a hunter, but I don't think that is possible. That's one part that I'm kind of missing from Resident Evil. At least the games that I played never truly explained how the BOWs are created, only how the zombies are created most of the time. Now the BOWs, the acronym stands for bioorganic weapons. And actually I just realized that it's not an acronym, since you don't pronounce it like a word. You pronounce each letter separately, so it's actually an initialism, because the initials of the words bioorganic weapon are put together. Now, I'm happy that I didn't try to kill these with the Magnum, because these were infected with the Nemesis parasites and they are rather annoying to deal with. There we go. Now we can move on. Little door, so you don't fall out on this huge trip up.
Shit, he got away.
Of course he got away. Hey! Who called you down? And also, how do I call you up again? They kind of missed that feature. Oh yes, there is one kind of hidden part here. I like how the weapon parts are hidden in this game. Even, I have to say, even how you get a few from Nemesis. Little door was said with so much spice in the voice. Yes, because, I mean, what's the point of it? You can so easily trip over such a tiny fence or gate. But I guess they had to install it just in case the the safety inspector finds the laboratory unsafe, not because of the bioweapons or anything, but because you might trip and fall down this impossible height on the elevator. Now let's save again. No thanks, I saved. Yes, this is written by Nikolai, and here is Tyrell.
Joe,
Tyrell,
I got through
Yay!
to negotiate. They'll call off the strike if, and this is one big ass if, we can deliver the vaccine to them before they launch.
How? With a carrier
how long do we
pigeon?
have?
Hours, maybe.
Then let's not waste one more second.
This way.
Get the vaccine. I mean, yes, okay, we get the vaccine, and how do we deliver it? Also, I do have a first aid spray on me, and if you want, I can gather some herbs from around. Also, interestingly, now the elevator is up, so I guess it went down, so Tyrell can join us. Even though, I mean, that could have been done in the cutscene. But here's the thing. Now I can go back. And that makes me wonder. Did something change? You know? There could be something that changed. Maybe Tyrell left a note somewhere, because here's my thought process. Normally, you would follow Tyrell, you know? Keep moving on. That would be the logical way to go about it. But because of that, you might miss something. And here, what the developers are doing, they are making educated guesses of what the players, or at least most players, would do in a certain situation, based on all of their experience and knowledge of player behavior. So the vast majority of people would just go, because I mean they were here a minute ago, but something changed, right? Tyrell joined us, and I can go back to a certain degree. I'm not sure how far I can go back, but I never tried, so why not? Let's see. I don't think I could go all the way back. To the hospital. Or maybe I can. No, it could be that Tyrell left a note at the desk, at the reception desk. And actually, after my last Resident Evil 3 stream, I got this idea that maybe what I missed, the last note that I missed, is left by Tyrell in the RPD at the reception, where he is doing his computer magic. And as Carlos, we have to go through the entire RPD, and I think right before we blow through the wall of the bathroom, which is a point of no return, since after we blow up the wall we can't go back due to a bust steam pipe, I realized, wait, Tyrell, tells us over the radio right before we blow through that wall, at least I think, that he's done with everything he could do on the computer and he will join us soon. So what if we don't activate the explosive? Instead, we go back. Can we go back? Computer magic is the best way I've heard someone describe the tech shit they do. I think either Tyrell or Carlos says something along the lines of that. So let's see, did something change here? Nothing here. Okay. I'm rather surprised, honestly, that I was allowed to come back here. Because logically, there is no reason. There is absolutely no reason to come back here other than if you left some random item here. Or maybe you missed the Magnum, but if you missed it, why would you come back? There is nothing that would remind you of that. Now we can pick up the handgun ammo, we could even pick up the gun, but honestly I don't really like this gun, to be honest. It's a burst version of our own pistol. I don't really think anything changed here. I mean, I could go through the entire hospital again, but the only place Tyrell could have reasonably visited is the lab of Bart. So let's see if maybe he looked at something here. No. With this computer, I mean, it's only half cracked. Thanks, Carlos. Nothing. I mean, it's a nice thing that the developers gave us the choice to backtrack such a long distance in a way, but it's also extremely suspicious to me. I don't see anything that could explain it, however. Quality service satisfaction. A patient's best partner. You mean satisfaction or umbrella? What are we talking about again? This is a green herb. TV is still on. Nothing here. And we cannot even check the computer. I mean, it's nice that we can come back here, but apparently it's pointless. Except if he dropped. I lost the plot 10 minutes ago. So normally you, as Jill, once you awaken, you go down to the basement of the hospital where we are right now to look for Carlos, because Carlos is looking for the vaccine that is in theory stored here. And once you reach a certain point, Tyrell will join you and tell you that he was able to get hold of someone from the outside, and if we can find the vaccine and quote-unquote deliver it to whoever that person is, then they won't blow up the whole city, which would be good for us since we are in the city. However, because I'm still looking for a note, I got the crazy idea that if Tyrell could come down all the way here following me, maybe I could go back and find a note left by him. But apparently I was wrong, because there is nothing there. But you can go all the way back to the entrance of the hospital from this point, which is kind of nice. Also, could they possibly cheap out any more on this little gate? They couldn't include a full solid one, right? They had to leave a huge hole in the middle because all that plastic, that costs a lot. Okay, Tyrell.
Vaccine up ahead.
How did you know the code? I mean, you are Umbrella. Okay, so Tyrell, I'm sorry to tell you.
Stop.
Stop and do what? I got your back.
All right, let's get this done.
So I really like your character, I have to tell you. But I'm sorry you will die here. Building a gate in this economy, this was in 1998. Okay? That was a completely different economy. Maybe it was impossible back then as well. We are so sneaky. Nothing on this side, nothing on that side. Then how the heck did Nemesis manage to sneak up on you?
Now! Keep going. We're almost there. No! Shit!
Yeah, indeed. You know, this is the part where things become a bit fantasy, because first of all, just the fact that Jill noticed that button on the wall is impressive, but the timing, so she could get through the door, but Nemesis couldn't. That's pretty improbable, let's say that. Also, these huge doors I don't really think close this quick most of the time, except maybe exactly because it is in a place like this and they wanted to stop any kind of contamination, which, well, didn't work, but at least they tried. Oh, a blow dryer. Look at us, we are so fresh and clean. I'm not sure if it helps with the stink of the sewers. And the other thing is, Nemesis, when it comes to anyone else, he kills people so quickly. he just tentacles them, and that's it. He killed Mikhail like that. He killed Tyrell like that. But when it comes to Jill, he just punches her and throws her around. I'm not sure what is happening there. Maybe because she's a female. Maybe Nemesis is a kind of a gentleman. He doesn't want to just tentacle Jill. That would be impolite. Yes, thank you for the map. Okay, we have a safe spot here. Not sure what's in these, but I don't think I want to know. High-grade gunpowder. I have space for that, so let's pick it up. Maybe I can find another one. Not opening that. I have to be careful because the item box is always next to the typewriter. Well, always, most of the times. And I don't want to accidentally open the item box. Nah, let's see what we have here. I don't have to look for Charlie dolls, so I don't have to be as thorough. Now this zombie would get up normally once you get in there, but I will avoid that little ambush. This is also a strange place because I looked into that room so many times thinking there must be something in there, since you can not only take a peek inside, but the door is blocked by a box, so you could technically shoot into that room. Okay, go for the balls. It's a bit tricky. Oh, okay, that was it. It's a bit tricky because well, we have too many legs here at the moment. But obviously we do not want to waste anything. Yes, this is another diary. That is actually an interesting diary, if I remember correctly. Is the diary of a scientist working here who got this job, and he was delighted that he was accepted into such a prestigious company working on new scientific ways, possibly to help people and all that. And then he kind of learns what they are doing here, but he's too scared to do anything about it because, if I'm not mistaken, he moved his family here to Raccoon City, and again, he knows that in such a company anyone can be replaced. And that shows that it's not only bad people working here. Yes, this is how we create the vaccine, which I do not remember. But that's fine. We'll figure it out. And I found some high-grade gunpowder, so I can mix these. And we have another 4 magnum bullets. And we have this lovely thing.
Begin vaccine synthesis. Place the materials in the chamber.
Synthesis? I have to make it myself? Alright, gotta figure this out.
Yes, so now in the next 30 minutes or so, we have to go through a kickstart learning course about biochemistry, but hey, it's nothing complicated. We just need 2 ingredients, that's all. I think I kind of lost one thing, and that is right here.
Override key successfully generated.
What have we here?
This is the pen drive I mentioned
Override key.
that they could have turned into a simple merch for this game. I'm honestly not sure if they did. Maybe they did. One lovely detail is the little knob on the side, that slider. I think that is so you can pull the sticking out part of the USB connector back into the red casing, which is a nice little detail. Now we have that, so we can open a door that we couldn't open up until now. And we will be greeted by more pale heads, so you know what that means. More Magnum action.
Override.
Oh, level 3 caution, deck A. Okay. So there will be one person. Oh wait, you are a simple zombie. What are you doing here? I don't like to... I don't want to try to shoot at zombies, especially moving zombies with the Magnum, because again, I cannot waste my bullets, especially in this economy. Now this is abusing the game system a bit, because I think I walked into the safe room and so the zombie decided, oh, I can't go there, I have to turn around. Alright, let's try this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, that didn't work out. That did. Okay, let's try that again. It's a 1, it's a 2, it's a 3, it's a 4, it's a dead. This is a bit like how you can check if your cake is properly baked. But here the idea is that if you stab the zombie and it doesn't move, it's dead. Like properly. So we have a pale head there. Now I'm not necessarily sure if it's alive at this point, but let's try it. It was. So that means with the zombies that are sitting or pretending to be dead, when you shoot them, they get up, right? And it seems that the shot that gets them aware of your presence, or the one that makes them active, also hurts them, so you can kill them with that one shot. Okay, oh, there's one. Ooh, that's further away, that will be tricky. Oh, please move around more, please. Oh, yes, yes, move more, please. Hang your head a bit as well, that's it, yeah. Oh no. Okay, well, I guess we got another one. That was a bit tricky because I didn't want to shoot it in the neck. This will be not good. Please get stuck on something. Yes, walk into the... How? How do you expect me to get this thing? Okay, now here's the slightly cheaty way of doing this. So when you hurt the pale heads, they start smoking, because I think the game explains that they heat up when they regenerate. And so hopefully, fucking stop. Hopefully I can use the time when they are slower to my advantage. No, I cannot. Goodness. There's another one here, isn't there? Yes, yes, move more. Sounds like an evil mastermind with hands clasped together. Yes, that's me. Okay, that's good. So when they get hurt, they slow down. And since I'm only tasked with killing them with that weapon, and not only using that weapon, I can maybe do this. So far I did not miss with the Magnum even once. Lovely. Now, what do we have here? That guy. Actually, in these interesting body bags, I think they are storing specimens. You know, they suck out the air, so they don't take up much space. Because, you know, storage space is expensive, even for big companies. Especially when it comes to half-rotting corpses. Explosive A. I don't have any kind of explosive, but okay, let's pick it up. Wait, didn't I pick up some explosive? No, I considered picking up some explosive. Apparently I did not. Okay, I think there will be a zombie here. Ooh, acid rounds. So you don't have to mix them exclusively. I feel like you will get up. No, you won't. Okay. Scientist dying a message. Yes, thank you for that. I also picked that up before, apparently. Red herb, let's pick it up. When I have space, I just pick up whatever I can. Let's combine it. Why not? More bullets. Okay, you're dead. That's important. You have to make sure everything is double dead. Some are just simple dead, which is not enough. In this place, no. I'm actually waiting for the time when Resident Evil will pull the joke that
This must be what powers it.
decapitating a zombie won't be enough, because the head will still be rolling around and biting things. Since especially Leon, I think, always explains the fight against zombies as you have to destroy the head, the brain. That's all it takes. So it would be rather funny to either have a zombie that doesn't have a head or is only a head. Even though they kind of did something similar already with certain enemies. Okay, what can I do? I can combine these. Problem solved. First aid kit. That's useful, I guess. I mean, it is. This is really clever. Showing how these work. These generators or energy sources, because they are a rather important part of the final boss fight. And in many games, a mistake that developers make is they introduce new ideas and mechanics during a boss fight, and you don't really have to have the time to figure out how they work exactly. Whereas here I could fully clean out this area, I could take a look, figure out which button I have to press, I have to hold it down, or I can just press it once, and that way when I get to the actual proper final boss fight and I see the same design, I don't have to think twice what I have to do, because I interacted with these objects before, I understand the mechanic. So that's clever from the developers. I don't know why my handprint works here, or maybe that's just a big button. And here we have the tyrant, and we have the hunters. Now these are hunter betas, and these are, I would say, tyrants of some sort. Now Jill recognizes the tyrant from Resident Evil 1, because that game actually ends with a boss fight against a tyrant. That wasn't necessarily what I needed, but that is what I will use. Now let's change here. Now I'm not sure if these are work in progress tyrants or they would look like this, because you can see that their faces and heads are a bit misshapen, as well as pretty much their entire body. Now, compared to these, Mr. X from Resident Evil 2 was much more refined, but that could be due to the outfit, or maybe these are somewhat failed projects. You can see how the neck and the shoulders are kind of fused together with muscles.
Jesus. Is this where they're made?
And we have all the hunters, and we will be having a little dance with them. And there's this thing which I'm still unsure about what the heck this is. I really don't know. Now there are 5 hunters here, and they break out in the game, and based on the difficulty, more and more will break out. So on Nightmare difficulty, I think 4 of them broke out. I'm assuming Inferno means all of them, 5. Because we are playing on standard, I would guess 2. Now this is interesting, because here the head, the face, is rather reminiscent of Mr. X. You can even see, I think that is the little control chip on the side of their head, or maybe a tracker. That is actually something that Mr. X also had. If you pay close attention to the cutscenes in Resident Evil 2, you can see that little chip on the side of his head. And here you see that the legs are not as developed for some odd reason. And well, this did not go according to plan, I think. So I would say these were tests, and through these failures of sorts, they refined the Tyrant project, and they created Mr. X. Now here we will have a bit of a skirmish. Not the mine rounds, let's use the player rounds here, because we will have plenty of zombies.
Out of the way!
We won't? Okay, we will. That's better. That's an annoying zombie there. Oh, many annoying zombies. Hey! No tentacles. Would you ever be so nice and, you know, like, acknowledge the fire? No? No, you're like, fuck that. Okay. Okay, you know what? I will use my Magnum then. I'm really not sure if the Magnum can kill them from this distance. Let me guess, they just go back. Not that one. They stopped. They died. No, the zombies with the Nemesis parasite on their heads are rather interesting, because there are these little finger-like claws on the front of their heads that shield their weak point. But when they turn around, there is a similar colored spot on the back of their heads or necks, and I'm not sure if that is necessarily a weak point. I would say yes, it is, well, visually implied. And I think I kind of got a good shot on that. Now let's see if we can get you. Can you choose a side, please? No. No, you can't. You're like, I don't know. Should I go next to the wall? Should I go next to the railing? I don't know what to do. Don't you love how predictable their movement is? Okay, go into that corner, please, and stand there just for a moment. What you say? Just for a moment. Yes, yes. No. No, make up your fucking mind. No. You're kidding me, right? Okay. We're going with the other method. Okay. That's pretty stationary to me. And that's pretty dead to you. Thank you. That was 8 bullets. And all 8 bullets killed at least one enemy. I'm rather happy with that. Are you alive? Yeah. That zombie is more indecisive than me. They love to annoy me. Compared to, I would say, most games overall, the zombies in this one, and well, the new Resident Evil games maybe would be a more correct category here. The zombies in these games move in such an annoying pattern, and I'm sure that is on purpose. That is to make the game more challenging and the enemies less predictable, which I understand. But at the same time, I am absolutely sure that the developers thought during the development, at least at one point, how annoying this will be. to the players, and they were like, yeah, that's good. Now this is interesting. This is from Nathaniel Bard, the dead scientist, upstairs. I think he wrote a letter to a fellow scientist, and it's rather interesting because the European division of Umbrella completed Nemesis, and I think Nemesis was actually quote-unquote shipped here and then set free to hunt down the stars. And it's rather interesting because he says, introducing a parasitic organism into a tyrant's brain to gain external control of it, how can I not marvel at such a wild idea? So Nemesis is created with the NA parasite, I think it was called, and that's how they can control him and make him follow rather specific commands, like hunt down the stars, and really be able to distinguish the stars members, which is, from a scientific standpoint, it's impressive, because if you have just a zombie, the zombie will kill everyone. Here they created a bioweapon that is not only capable of recognizing the target, but use tools like weapons, go after those specific targets, and also receive specific commands. But obviously Bard wasn't happy about this. However, from a medical perspective, I must emphatically state my disapproval of this shift away from established umbrella policy. By turning to the use of parasites, you are setting a dangerous precedent, because using viruses is the established umbrella policy that never goes wrong. And mind you, I'm pretty sure Bard wrote this after the Mansion incident in Resident Evil 1 and also the events of Resident Evil 0. So they already knew that even the viruses cannot be fully kept in check. Mind you, I'm not sure about Resident Evil 2 because there we arrive a bit later, but in Resident Evil 3 here, in the subway stations, newspaper shop stand, whatever it is, you can find a newspaper with the article describing how there are these cannibal murders. And those cannibal murders are committed by zombies, pretty much, right? So, not only wild animals were under the influence of the T-virus, but humans as well. And here, Bard says, like, he is working on the safest possible thing. That, I mean, parasites? No, that's way too dangerous. Viruses can be kept in check. What? I believe an effective vaccine can be developed for any virus on Earth, with abundant funding and a bounty of samples, of course. Now, here's the other thing. It is true that he was working on the vaccine, and I mean, he and his team developed it. That's fair. But what kind of confuses me here, and overall, why would Umbrella want to destroy Bard's work? Because they not only got Bard possibly killed, though that is questionable, who decided on that, but his work and his knowledge is important. And the idea, I think, overall is that they are trying to just hide any kind of evidence and any connections to this entire outbreak, which makes sense, kinda. But let's say that they drop the bomb on Raccoon City and something survives. At least one zombie strays far enough and survives the blast of the nuclear bomb. How do you stop the T-virus without the vaccine? And that's what I love about this company, that is interestingly a rather nice way and hidden social commentary to critique these huge companies that try new things, but they never really think about what the consequences of their actions will be. And so they never think about, like, what if the T-virus gets out of hands? Like, it's difficult to believe, but even the people running Umbrella can be affected. Oh, welcome in, Schmoozer. How are you doing today? And thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Can you say the same for parasites, however? Doctors have tried in vain to develop a vaccine for malaria. Parasites like Plasmodium are far more genetically complex than the T-virus. Which is interesting. So Bard just admitted that he's not clever enough to work with that, he's only clever enough to work with the T-virus. And to think they will submit to control is utter folly. Sorry, me is trapped in Genshin's story. Have a nice stream. Thank you, and enjoy Genshin Impact. Perhaps in your country, Europe, consumers are willing to buy automobiles with no brakes. But here in America, they know better. I love that. I love that. I'm not sure if that is a really subtle line from the Japanese people mocking America, because you see, originally these games were developed in the 1990s, second half of the 1990s, and I would assume that the Japanese developers didn't necessarily create an American town for Raccoon City. They created what they thought an American town is like. Because nowadays, I think for Resident Evil Village, for example, developers from Capcom went to some European countries to look at villages and castles, and they used those designs in the actual game. Or maybe, I'm not sure about this, for Resident Evil 7 they went to Louisiana, they looked at the swamps, the houses there, to set that kind of an environment. But back in the day, I don't really think they did that. And these lines, how the somewhat arrogant American scientist talks about the European research, because Americans are so much better and they are so sophisticated, is fun to me, because in my eyes I don't really understand why people are always categorized in so many ways based on gender, race, nationality, all that. It's rather nonsensical after a point. And the other thing is, especially in science, where I mean this would fall under that category, it doesn't really matter who says what. The question is it true or not? Does it work or not? In science, it doesn't really matter what you believe. What matters is if you can prove it. I'm listening to Dreadist talking constantly. This is my white noise. Yay. I wish America knew better. I think every country goes through the same things, the same roller coaster rides, and America is in an interesting situation right now, but really the entire world is a bit shaken at the time. Then again, I recall you have a degree in economics, so no doubt you already devised a brilliant marketing strategy to win over the naysayers. I look forward to your talk at the forum in Berlin next month. In the meantime, I shall be exploring medical solutions to this hubris problem you've foisted on us. Oh. Also, PhD? Wait, PhD? Bard is not even a doctor? No, that can't be. Let me check that really quickly. Oh, okay, he's a doctor. He's a doctor, but he's not a professor. Ah, I see.
So it's called the Nemesis.
Yes, also this is the point when Jill learns the name of Nemesis. Or Nemi, as so many of the people call him. Because apparently if people encounter a towering brute, they have to give them a nickname. Strange, if you ask me. Okay, what can we do? Because I'm out of space and I kinda need this. Well, I can heal myself.
An adjuvant sample. These are combined with antigens to increase immune system response.
I love how here Jill repeats the instructions to make the vaccine pretty much verbatim. That is the note we found next to the machine where you can create the vaccine, and that is frowned upon if you're looking at as a storytelling device, because the character shouldn't just recap what is happening. I mean, why would she? She kind of knows already what she's doing. But I guess the developers wanted to be extra sure that everyone knows what they have to do. And to be fair, still this part is confusing, because they forgot one tiny detail that I will show you soon. But first we have to fight the hunters. Which one wants to come out? That's one. Okay. That should have killed him. Okay, that is a no good. So I got 2, and I thought that is because I will only have to fight 2 of them. And they will go down. No, they did not. So, ow. So this will be a bit tricky. Don't mind me, I'm reloading. Wait, didn't another break free? There should be 3 of them. Oh wait, 1 died. 1 actually died, okay. Well, how do you like fire? Stop defending the other one. It's heroic and all, but stop it. Okay, so 1 died because of the acid, 1 was roasted, and 1 is being an absolute pain in the butt. Okay, well, you get the magnum. You little shit! I wasted a perfectly good magnum round for you. Oh, I can't believe that. The audacity they have is just unbelievable. So we have this lovely thing. And now we need the other mixture. My only problem is I don't know where that is. Where is the other sample? Let me think. Where can that be? I mean, it's somewhere here. I know that for a fact. Oh, it's up the stairs. Right. I heard that. Okay, he's not up there just yet. Now I will be actually wiser now and save, because I know that I managed to get myself killed in this spot multiple times. Because I'm silly like that. So we will go. Why the heck did I come up here? I will go up this staircase and try not to get myself murdered. Never thought I hear you say, cause I'm silly like that. Oh yes, I am definitely silly. I make really foolish mistakes in games. Okay, so let's check. Are you dead? Yes, you're dead. Are you dead? No, you are not. Now it's much better if you shoot them while they are on the ground. Don't give them the chance to get up, because they can start moving and do rather annoying things. Oh yes, I love this weaponry authorization request. I remember I read this. This is a letter written by someone from Umbrella shipping and processing manager Gabriel Reed. And what it is about is actually a request for weapons, because the Paleheads, as they are known here, are rather strong. They have very high regrowth abilities, they can regenerate, and so to get rid of them you kind of need high quality weapons, or at least high caliber weapons, high powered weaponry, right? And so for quite a while I thought that the missing weapon parts are somewhere in this laboratory, because I mean they requested weapons, so maybe they got them. No, they did not. I mean, we are talking about Umbrella. What did you expect? Look at that! There's an entire machine that does this. And I mean, that's a robotic arm.
An antigen sample. I'll definitely need this for the vaccine.
Yes, you will. Now the music is all crazy. And there you can see that annoying creature. I think it is actually moving just a bit. Won't be doing that for long, because again, this game is created in a very interesting way. You can play through it like any normal game, but if you spend more time with it, you play through it multiple times, you start noticing that the scripts are not as random as you might think, that the creatures don't behave in a certain way for no reason. So, if I go down this staircase, that creature will fall down, stand up, and be a major pain in the butt. But if I stand here, I have just enough space to be able to see it, not be covered by this container, without triggering the script. And so I can do this and harm it. Now, I wasn't sure how this will play out, but apparently I was able to harm it, so even that first shot hurt the creature. However, instead of dying, it went through the animation to fall down, because I guess that is triggered once you shoot it. And then it tried to get up, but then it realized, oops, I'm dead. And so it promptly died. You know, zombies do that rather often. They forget that they are dead. And so they should act accordingly. Really annoying. You have to remind them quite a lot that, you know, that's not how we do things around here. If you are dead, you should respect the living and stay that way. But not in Resident Evil. Now, we have everything we need to create the vaccine. And what I meant by the game being a bit silly when it comes to the mixing, here, I love that you just know the zombie's thought process. Who knows a zombie's thought process? Well, first of all, this is a zombie that was scripted into a game. But also I'm a monster. So, real life zombies, they are not as silly and stupid as humans might think. They are rather clever. They just like brains. Which is... I never got into an argument with a zombie over that, because I don't really want to try eating brains, like ever. So if they want to eat them, I'm okay with that. It's not like I will throw a fit over that. They can have all the brains. I don't think I could eat that. So here you have to insert the sample.
Unauthorized materials detected.
But you
Something's
can't.
wrong, or I'm missing a step.
So you try the other one, right?
Unauthorized materials detected.
And that's not good. And so what you have to do, and let me remind you, this is a highly complex procedure, right? This is biochemistry. Everything has to be sterile. We are creating a vaccine. And the vaccine, most of the times, in a weakened or altered form, contains the virus that it is a vaccine to. So what do we have to do? We got these two samples, and the file, right, it said that they have to be mixed. So you think, like I did, that there is this fancy machine that will take the two samples and mix it together. But no. What you have to do in this game is you take the culture sample and you combine it with the vaccine base. So you just take off the screw cap, I guess, and mix them together with your bloody hands. And voila, you have the vaccine base. And you just put that into the machine and you save the world. That's not how it goes. And also you have to figure out this minigame where I think we have to get everything to 50. So let's see, we have 30 on the side. 40, 20, 40. Okay, so low is 0. Mid, 10, 10, 10. Or more to the right. This is more to the left. Alright, and well, wait. This was more to the right. This was more to the left, but these two add to 2 columns. This only added to the left one, so let's go like this.
Synthesizing vaccine.
And congratulations to me. I guess I'm a biochemist now.
Synthesis complete. Please remove the vaccine canister.
I'm also not sure how it became bright pink. And I'm also not sure why Jill decides to put it on her belt. But just in time for Nemesis and some kinky choking action. Apparently Jill likes some blood play, knife play, and it seems Nemesis is up for it as well. I'm not sure what the Japanese developers were thinking when they decided to add all of these tentacles, but I don't think any clean thoughts were shared. And back we are here. that tank's side was not up to par. One 9mm bullet or 45 is not going through a tank containing flammable liquids like that, or if it does, that's a breach of safety. Kinky choking action, blood play, knife play, sir, what? I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about, but if not, and you are still on the innocent side, don't worry about it. Do not look them up. Nah, let's see what we have here. As much as I like the lighting here, it's rather seizure inducing. Alright, what do we have? Well, we have the vaccine, which I can get rid of. We have an empty envelope to annoy me. Carlos could have really left at least a message. The disposal center, describing how to dispose of a body. Everyday problems at Umbrella. Okay, let's discard this, because I do not have the space for it. Get the flame rounds, that's good. First aid spray. Do we want a first aid spray? Well, I kind of want, but that doesn't mean I will get what I want. No tongue? Sag. Tongue? Which kind of tongue? Or maybe I should ask what color? Oh, I got caught up in that. What was that on the side, however? So something here. Maybe I didn't. Alright, well. Can I make any additional space? Well, I can pick up the high-grade gunpowder or the first aid spray. Now, I could pick up the first aid spray and get rid of this one shotgun shell, but I mean, there will be shotgun ammo in the next boss fight area, so I should kind of have at least one free slot for that, so let's go like this. Did I save? No, I didn't. And here we are in the third boss fight of the game, and this
God's name is this place?
this was a rather easy boss fight for me when I originally played, and a not so easy one when I played on higher difficulty, or rather difficulties. It's fascinating to me that on assisted, normal and hardcore, the first two boss fights for me were easy. Well, let me rephrase that. So the first two boss fights on lower difficulties were harder, and the second two boss fights were easier. So the game kind of got easier as I went. On higher difficulty, it got turned around. The simple shooting boss fights in the beginning got more manageable, and the last two, where we are in a smaller enclosure, got much more difficult, because it's not only just shooting at nemesis, but doing specific things. Also, why can't I go there? I am being stopped by nothing. What is happening? What is stopping me? Zeph, is that your finger stopping Jill? Why are you doing that? You can't just boof someone and say no, you shall not pass. That is not how it goes. I hope so. I don't. What if I miss something because of you? What would you do then? Well, probably be happy. Okay, let's put this here. Do a bit of a inventory management ritual here. Completely pointless, by the way. But why not? Oh no! They got you too! The invisible game barriers! Yeah! I was stopped in my tracks. I would be laughing, of course you would be. But hey, at least I could make you laugh. That's good. And here we are. Okay, let's go. Now, enough with the booping because I have to pay attention here. This should be actually be rather easy. Also, is it just me, or Nemesis really got more dangerous after we cut off his arm?
What do we have here?
Nikolai, don't!
Because
The city needs that vaccine!
originally, when
More than I do.
he had his arm, that was it. A set of clothes,
Don't think
maybe a few punches.
wisdom
But with this tentacle,
from you is getting through.
he can move around much easier, he can grab things, he can choke us,
But I'm
he can
in this
even
business to get paid.
just spear
So, let's make a
through
deal.
people.
You go down there, battle the Nemesis, and I'll record it all and sell the combat art. Put on a good show, and maybe I don't need the vaccine. Agreed? Good.
And where is Carlos when we need him? Of course, fucking nowhere. Hello, Nami. Playful as ever. You know, the more you mutate, the more you act like a puppy. Puppy wants to play. So this is what I meant. Ow. When I talked about how the effect is different when you perfectly dodge with Jill compared to Carlos. With Carlos you can punch back. With Jill you can shoot and she takes aim automatically. I'm trying to do it, so something like this. And she aims at the attacker's head right away. And you can do something pretty nice like this.
Jill, is that you?
Carlos?
Maybe Carlos is wearing a tongue.
You're okay. Let me spot for you.
Good
Yeah.
idea.
You know, the thing is, we have absolutely no information about that. So maybe, in your headcanon, Carlos can be wearing a tongue. So the tricky part here, and why this was ever so difficult for me on higher difficulties, is because on lower difficulties you can completely disregard the zombies. You know what I was saying? Just never mind. Absolutely never mind that. No. That was silly. Obviously that was not true. Okay, so what I actually was going to say. On lower difficulties, you don't have to care about the mechanic that is pretty much the base of this boss fight. So what you are supposed to do is hurt Nemesis a bit, and then he starts running around. You get a few zombies, they are really annoying, and you have to shoot the right container, the generator next to it, shock Nemesis and make him fall down. Then you can properly deal some damage to him. Now, why this is somewhat tricky? Yeah, never mind that. You're taking back your statement. I couldn't even finish it. You are dead. Yes, I am. I disagree. Of course you do. So, just do not die. Easy. That's true. I should have not died here. Absolutely fair enough. But the thing is, if you're on lower difficulties, you can make the boss fight much easier, because you shoot Nemesis when he starts running around, you shoot the zombies, you wait for Nemesis to return, shoot him more, repeat, he dies. The problem is, on higher difficulties you cannot do that, because you possibly cannot carry enough ammunition that would hurt him to the point of defeating him. Especially if you are using grenade launchers or something like that, because there is no infinite ammo for a grenade launcher. And I actually tried during, I want to say, Nightmare Run. I had the biggest inventory you can at this point. I filled it up with grenades, all kinds of grenades. I stocked them all up throughout the entire game, not like now. I had healing items, as many as I could fit in my inventory, and I tried to kill him. Now, most of the time I got murdered before I ran out of ammo, but I think at least once I managed to run out of all the grenades, and it wasn't enough. What you have to do is actually use the generators. Now, why that was difficult for me and why the Nightmare Run was such a huge leap in difficulty is because I kind of completely disregarded the generators in my previous many runs, because I wasn't really forced to use them. And so I had to learn this boss fight again and figure out, oh, this is how I was supposed to do it. Kinda late, but I mean, better late than never. So let's try to do that again. Lovely. I love getting stun locked by Nemesis. That's so much fun. Now, I actually got an idea from one of my viewers when I was talking about this boss fight. Someone mentioned that some players use the mine grenades against the zombies. And so
Jill, is that you?
I thought I could try that. So I have the mine rounds here. And I think that's where the zombies come from. So I put mine rounds there.
Watch it, you've got company.
And hopefully those zombies got blown up. And no,
He's hiding behind tank 4.
I can do this. Oh, and he actually fell right into that. Nice. This works rather nicely. Did you consider actually defeating the monster? I am the monster, thank you very much. This is a bioweapon. This is just a sad excuse, a man-made monstrosity. Kinda missed that one. Oh, that's one. So what I messed up there... Yep, the zombie. Kinda messed up the zombie. What I messed up there, and... Ow. And... what I wanted to say... Nom nom nom. We're still alive. Even though this... this scene happening in the background is not good. So... what is clever with this idea, with the mine rounds, if you can rather quickly find the doors where the zombies appear, and I mean, I guess I missed 2 of them, because there are 2 zombies here now, and I only saw 1. Why this is interesting, because if you set the mines right away, you know the area rather well, and you can navigate, which I'm bad with navigating in this area because it's circular and I never know what's where. But then you don't have to worry about the zombies, you can actually follow Nemesis and not only rely on whatever Carlos calls. Now, when I was playing this on Nightmare, what I was doing, I took the shotgun and I ran around. I shot the 3 zombies in the head on that difficulty. From each door, 1 zombie appears. And after that, if I got around and managed to kill each zombie with 1 headshot, then I had just enough time to look up, based on the number Carlos called, shoot the 2 generators, and then deal some damage to Nemesis. So this is absolutely a much better idea. Maybe an in-between solution is using just grenades, whatever kind of grenades, and using those to shoot and kill the zombies. Because even that is quicker than the shotgun, since you don't have to run up to the zombies, and it's kind of safer as well, except if you miss. But with the grenades, I always went with the idea that it's better to aim at the ground or at the feet of the zombie, and it will be in the blast, rather than aim at the torso and miss completely and blow up whatever is behind them. But this was a rather nice idea, and I'm happy that I tried it out. Now we have to pick up some things. Okay, so Nemesis on the run again. So as you can see, the shotgun works rather nicely. I kind of noticed Carlos, but okay. So in this boss fight, even this much damage was enough to get him into the 3rd stage of the fight, or maybe 2nd, based on how you count it. Oh, I hate this attack, because it is delayed and he loves to stunlock me. It was a good idea taking more medkits.
Got some more incoming.
There is 1 zombie behind me, but that's fine. What should I do look out for? Alright, sometimes he doesn't care about the the generators, whatsoever. Oh, I'm dead. No, I'm not. Okay, I'm dead. Again, you have to know how the boss fight goes, in a way, and now the attacks, because Nemesis loves at this point to stun lock you with these attacks, and if you have enough recovery items, then yeah, sure, you can brute force your way through it. But it's much safer to just dodge whenever you can. And I mean, he started with stun locking me last time. Apparently he wanted to repeat that. Nom nom. Well, I mean, he's not eating us. But I want to pick up whatever I can. That's why I'm running around. Apparently I managed to miss something already. Why I want to do that is because you cannot return to this area after the boss fight. It's one of those places. I tried to dodge that. I mean, some of his attacks are really easy to dodge. Much like in the second boss fight in front of the clock tower. Ouch! Oh, I see. It's you numbing on me. Could you stop that? I'm telling you, giving him that tentacle arm was the worst idea possible. We were much better off when he just had the single arm, but no. No, we had to mess around and find out. Okay, where are those? One there. Don't blow it up! I said don't blow it up! Oh, wait, what? I think I kind of screwed the system here. Because I was already setting the traps for the zombies. But he started running around and blew it up on himself and then started to fight with me. For no apparent reason. I have no clue what happened here. Okay. Which one is it? Trying to steer clear of that zombie.
He's hiding behind tank 7.
Noticed.
Now, rip that fucker apart.
I hope that was enough for that zombie, because I'm not turning around now. Apparently it was. Oh, welcome in, Loki. Oh, lovely. Carlos useless dick shot him. I mean, he's spotting for us. Whatever that means.
Some more.
Okay, that was one. I think that was the only one.
4.
You don't say. I mean, even I noticed that.
I got this.
Oh, look at Carlos being so manly.
What I intended to hit. But I'll take it.
But I mean, he's no super cop like we are. Oh, you absolute dick. Okay, what are you doing now? Can we just get over this part, because I'm really— Ow! No back scratching. Ah, shit, I only have one.
Got some more incoming.
I only have one.
Go.
Look at what? Oh right, when he says just look at, that means look out. Fine. Please kill the zombies. Thank you. So now I remember when he does this swiping attack, you just have to run away because he cannot reach all the way to the other side of the place. Really? Can you like stop doing that?
Here comes some more.
From where? Can't freaking see them.
And smash time.
Oh shit! That wasn't enough! At least kill the zombie. Thank you! Shit! This is as far as I can get. No, you're not stun locking me, you dickus. I have a slight problem. Okay, you just walked through me, that's fine. Not like I have feelings or anything.
Right.
On your right. What the fuck does that mean? Which right are we talking about? Ow. Oh, come on, I was touching that. There. Maybe I should be actually fighting you or something. Nah, that's much better. Ah.
Here comes a crane. Use it to climb up.
Thanks, Carlos.
Come on. Come on.
Jill, get back.
Oh, look at that. 2 tons of metal. It means he hides and says the same bullshit on repeat. Him spotting is just shooting here and there and not doing anything else. Yes, that's fair. Also, the crane is called Goliath. Nice touch. Original Resident Evil 3 Carlos was a Giga Chat. This one is a beach. Yeah. Wow, Nemi. Oh, you are back. Welcome back, Uraite. We are making a Nemi soup. You see, this is how they
Okay.
cook lobsters.
Nikolai, where did you go?
I want to go back. I want to check if I missed something. I'm still missing a file. Okay, let's reload what we have. I mean, I have some magnum ammo. I have 1 shotgun shell. Kinda ran out of that.
I have to get that vaccine back.
Absolutely, I have to. Sometime. I mean, it's not the main priority. Ooh, what's that? Weapon specs sheet. This is for the special weapon we use in the final boss fight. We are not opening that. 1 gunpowder. Really useful. Maybe I can just get it in Nemesis's eye or something. I'm not sure what else I could use 1. Okay, we have 3 mine rounds, explosive rounds. I have 6 flame rounds. Chambered. And that's about it. Well, that's great. Nikolai, you absolute piece of shit. Where is the last file? Hands up! Why don't they shoot?
Give me the vaccine, you greedy son of a bitch.
No. You bring money. I like money. We shall make ours an ongoing arrangement. Now drop the gun.
You know what is more expensive than pretty much any other liquid in the world? Printer ink. look at that! It's a Nemi worm. Or a flower.
Have you ever seen anything so incredible? The data on this would be worth millions. But, you know how it is. City's about to explode, and you can't put a price on life. Good luck!
Nikolai!
Jill!
Go after Nikolai! He's got the vaccine!
What about you?
We're running out of time. I've got this.
Yeah, I totally got this. If only you could...
So you know, this is the last fucking time.
If you could actually do something, Carlos, that would be lovely. Okay, so first I have to activate this. That's the first thing I have to do. Funny enough, even if you don't do that, Nemesis can still hurt you. I know that from experience. Yes, I completely forgot his moveset, so don't worry about that. Now, let's aim for the head, because that's the smallest target you can find on Nemesis in this form.
Cooldown in progress. Please reactivate power sources.
Damn, it needs power.
Yeah, how did you live that, by the way? And here we go! Now,
Felt that, did you? How about some more?
how? How did you get me with that? No, fun fact, you can actually shoot through his arms most of the time. As long as you are actually shooting those sacks, you are good to go. And then you just have to push these back. I mean, I remember a bit from my time with Nemesis. Now here on higher difficulties especially, I would be using the Magnum, because that's a one-shot against the sacks most of the time, or two, I think, maximum. But the thing is,
Go ahead! I'm gonna put you right back on your ass.
that doesn't necessarily help with my Magnum kills. And I mean, I had how many bullets? 24, I think, and I still have 13 left, and I missed once. So the problem is, there aren't that many zombies after the point when you get the Magnum. Could you please pick that up? Thank you. Goodness, if only I could aim. Oh, this is the back and forth. I love this attack. This was easy to dodge. That's why I liked it. Again, I'm not even sure if Nemesis is using all of his attacks, because he has a really dangerous one where he attacks multiple times in a row. And on higher difficulties, if you miss too early, you will get stun locked and killed. But this is standard, so I'm pretty happy with being able to get through it. Oh, I know how to. There you go. I mean, not necessarily a headshot, but, you know, close enough. Now, open wide.
take the fucking hit!
Good riddance.
Good riddance.
Do you remember that time when Carlos and Jill, somewhere during the subway sequence, talks about Nemesis, and Carlos says something along the lines that Nemesis is unlike any other zombie he has seen so far because he knows what he wants and he does not stop until he gets it. And he makes a joke and asks Jill, "Don't you like that in a man?" And Jill says, "No, you can have him." But you see, if you are too pushy with someone like Jill, this is what happens. This is not a horror story about Nemesis. This is a cautionary tale about dating. Okay? Are you serious? Is this the one that I missed? Is this the note that I missed? In every playthrough so far. And I find it during the ending, the finale of my 7th playthrough. Suspicious contract memo. Is this the contract of Nikolai? Contract overview. Received offer from clients seeking to use RC Crisis to undermine and claim market share from UC, that being RC being Raccoon City and UC being Umbrella Corporation, via a multi-pronged strategy. A. Sabotage Umbrella Corporation attempts to destroy evidence of outbreak to maximize culpability. B. Induce encounters between Umbrella Corporation bioweapons and security forces law enforcement and collect combat data to ascertain viability of tech. So obviously they were doing multiple things. Report deployment of any new bioweapons, including Project N-C specifications, that being Nemesis. Remuneration, what? Exceeds current offer from Umbrella Corporation and takes top priority. However, the client has agreed to a grace period before using any of the deliverables so that payment from Umbrella Corporation may also be collected. So that means that Nikolai was pretty much working as a double agent. Bookworm. I found them all! And it was right here, and it makes sense because unlike when we encounter Nikolai earlier next to the storage facility, when he is writing his report on one of the computers, he is in a safe area, and while we are collecting the fuses, he takes his exit. But here he has to run a bit and rush, and so he drops this piece of paper. And actually what I noticed wasn't the note, it was this hole, and I wasn't sure if this is blood or some kind of a wreckage. So I thought, wait, maybe I can sneak through there and find something, and then it's like, no, it's right there in front of your face. Wow. Oops, all notes. Indeed, I found all the notes. And that's the funny part. I played through this game 6 times. And I couldn't find all of the notes. I could not find all of the collectible Charlie figures. And so I said, let's give it a rest. Let's take a break from this game and go back later. And I'm so happy that I decided to do that. And instead of just looking up where the items are, the collectibles are, I returned with a different mindset, with more experience, and here I am with all the Charlie dolls and all of the files collected. Also, how the heck
You're not going to stop.
did
Promised you this, didn't I?
this happen? I mean, he's a good shot.
Any idea what you've just done?
Don't know, don't care.
No, don't care. My client ordered me to reduce Umbrella to rub.
10 minutes until missile
Ah.
impact.
The missile has launched. And that is my duty. Goodbye, Miss Valentine. Shame you didn't listen to me when you had the chance.
I mean, I'm not sure what Jill should have done, according to Nikolai.
Jill! Shoot him!
I can't. I'll hit you.
Do it! You have
So
to!
now you can't take him?
There's no other way.
Carlos!
Hey, I told you I couldn't leave you in a Carlos's world. That would just be too cruel.
Okay, this is one good line from Carlos, and honestly,
What about him?
I'm starting to see why some people are upset with Carlos's character in this game, because it is true that
Price tag for everything. Even letting the world burn.
everything is made in a way that only Jill can solve it.
I'll tell you. If you
Carlos
hang out-
couldn't even overpower or take down Nikolai,
You're a fool.
because obviously Jill had to shoot him.
If I die, you'll never find out the truth.
I don't mind a little detective work.
And that hurts the characters a bit, because in Resident Evil 2 the two characters, even though they were extremely different, they were kind of equals. Whereas here, Jill really is this super cop and Carlos is,
Jill, you alright?
yeah, just a mercenary who by some freaking miracle survives. Because,
There it is.
I mean, he has a good heart, and he manages to save Jill that one time, and he fights Nemesis head on without much thinking, but he never really manages to get the job done because the writers didn't let him be that hero or be competent enough to succeed in most fights.
It's finally over.
Oh no, it just started.
So long, RC.
So Long RC is actually the name of the platinum of this game.
I felt empty and cold as the heat from the blast washed over us. All this death wasn't caused by a monster-making virus. It was greed. Human greed. I decided then and there The ashes of Raccoon City would be Umbrella's ashes too. I would end them, once and for all.
Yay! Now I have to say, like I say every time I finish this game, I absolutely love this monologue. The narration here is lovely, and I don't know what effect they use, but I guess it's just somehow the voice is made distant, not part of the environmental sounds, and so it really feels like we are listening to an inner monologue of Jill instead of her just simply speaking. But it's so nicely written, and it's such a shame that she does not return pretty much at all after this. Like, this is the remake. They ended by saying that, oh, she decided that she will do whatever it takes to destroy Umbrella, and then it's like, she's not in Resident Evil 4. She's in 5 a bit, but not even playable for most of it. Not in 6, which is really interesting because almost freaking everyone is in 6. Not in 7, 8, or 9, as far as we know. And also, ouch! Zeph. What are you doing? Why are you munching on me? You're not a zombie, are you? I hope you aren't. Now, let's see. Skip this. I still don't know what this is trying to reference, and or what this is foreshadowing. Minimalist! We did it! Yes, it's a C, obviously, because... well, you should be finishing this game under 3 or 2 hours or something crazy like that. But we did not open the item box, even once. And yes, I died a few times, and I didn't really care about reloading the save files, which you can do if you want to go through the game without dying even once, but that wasn't my point here. Who knows? Oh goodness. You are a zombie fae? That's concerning. So if you bite someone, what do they turn into? A zombie? A fae? Is it like a vampire thing? I'm concerned now. So I have to say, I started this playthrough with the goal of looking for the collectibles. And I have to say, I honestly did not have high hopes for it. I knew that I played through this game so many times and I could not find the missing files, the missing Charlie doll. And I said, try again, try to do our best and see what happens. And it worked. And it was kind of a secondary thought to spice up the playthrough and try a different trophy at the same time that requires a specific play type that was the minimalist, because then they turn into a sad guy with a bite. Oh, that's no good. So you are Spreading depression? Oh, that makes me sad. So as I was saying, I would say that I'm happy about this, but I just don't feel like it. But it turned out rather nice. We got through. I mean, we died a few times, but it's a C rank. I guess that stands for cool or something. Depression is not the same as sadness, though. That's true. But in sometimes they kind of go hand in hand. So, putting the jokes aside, I did not think I would get the collectibles, and I managed to find both of them. And just during this stream I said that idea I had with the police station, that I should maybe go back, and I went back to the hospital, and I thought maybe there I will find notes, and no, the file was right in front of me. I pretty much stepped over the fucking thing 6 times, and I did not notice. But again, it's how the game is structured. Now, obviously, I was foolish not to notice, but because the file, the page, is on the ground, if you're looking forwards, you might not really see it. You have to look down, and at that point in the game, it's like, okay, I got through the final boss fight. This is the end of the game. I'm going up to Nikolai. I'm finding Carlos, hopefully not dead. And it's just right there. It's rather nice. But we even did the minimalist one, and that means 3 trophies were earned during this playthrough: Bookworm and the Minimalist. For the Bookworm, we get the concept art for lab equipment and the model Train Deimos, whatever that is. And for the Minimalist, we get the model of Nikolai. I'm not trying to read that name. Let's see, not here. Bonuses. Okay, so we get the concept art for some lab equipment. Here it is. The one in the top left, I'm not sure about. The one underneath that is actually a PC that is in one of the laboratories, right after the area with the tyrants and the hunters in the test tubes. That is right there on the desk, and above on the shelf there's the action figure of Mega Man from actually the toy store in this game. And the middle one is the container, I think, that falls down in the storage area that blocks our way. And on the right is the Goliath. Maybe you can even read that in high enough resolution written on the side of it. That is the crane used to punch Nemesis in the face by Carlos in the boss fight I just did half of an hour ago or so. So rather nice, really nicely detailed concept art pieces. I always like looking at these, and I mean, these are, I would say, pretty much finalized because they look almost exactly like this in the finished game. Maybe there are a few small differences, but all in all, this is their design. And especially with the crane, I love to see those hydraulic cylinders placed in the design, because that informs the player how this crane would move, where it can turn, and how the claw would close on something. Even though it's... I'm not sure what would be carried with this crane. Obviously something quite large. But the zombies came through those little openings in the wall. So maybe some larger specimens, like a tyrant or something, is picked up with this crane and just dropped into the arena or the pool. And that's how it works. I mean, in that one note it is mentioned that if a specimen is too lively after being put into the bath, just leave them there for another few hours and your problems will be solved. And the specimens dissolved in the acid. So nice. By the way, Microsoft is making a loss in money on their AI. Oh yes, they are. I mean, recently Microsoft how can I say it, has been going through a rough patch, because as far as I heard, for the record, I am not using Windows 11, and the more I hear about its updates, the happier I am about that fact. But as I heard, they are using AI for writing parts of the code. I think at a certain time, someone from Microsoft said, I'm assuming as a form of bragging, that around 30% of the code is written by AI. And just in this year, if I'm not mistaken, let's not forget that it is still January, so they are speedrunning this. They managed to broke Windows in a plethora of different ways. One caused the users to have troubles with shutting down their systems. Then they managed to make some admin errors. So if you tried to open certain programs, as I like to call them, or apps, as the cool kids would say it, then you couldn't just start them up because you had no admin privileges or something like that. And one of these programs was actually Notepad. Windows managed to break Notepad, which is impressive because it's one of the simplest things in the world. Well, compared to other programs. And now I think they tried to make a patch to solve that, and they solved that, and they broke something else, and they solved that, and now they made it so you can't boot up your PC because it gives some boot partition error. So I'm not envious of the users of Windows 11 right around now, because there are in theory patches and little workarounds made by people on the internet, but Windows can't seem to be fixed by Microsoft, which is rather silly in a way. But all in all, I honestly hope that all the companies that got on the AI craze, because Microsoft was so adamant about it, now they see this and they reconsider how they want to implement AI, or at least double check things, because so far this is horrendous. Huh, I'm built worse. I have depression and sadness. Oh, it comes in a bundle. It's a little Urite bundle. So let's see what else do we have. Oh yes, the models. So we got Nikolai for the minimalist. This is Nikolai. I just fixed my headphones. Lovely. With huge amounts of glue. Look. Maybe it's not a pretty solution, but it works. Sir, why are you pointing at Nikolai's pee-pee? That's a knife in his hand, and I mean, he is kind of pointing at us. Like, wait, I can make him point at you. You see? It was just the sponge. Oh, I see. I love that. Oh, that's so brilliant with the emoticon. Oh, I need a screenshot of this. But well, if you want to check, I don't know. He has a rather flat butt. Not gonna lie. So this is Nikolai in his ever smug style. And we only got one pose with one character. And we also got another one, but I honestly don't know what that is. Apparently this is called a Drain Deimos. So these are the bugs. I honestly never heard the name of these things. I'm not even sure if they are transformed from people or they are POWs. I don't think they are POWs created by Umbrella, so they might be mutated animals. But to be perfectly honest, I don't really see any kind of animal parts, except here. Can we zoom in? No, that wasn't the zoom. Oh goodness. Oh, we have two poses. Freak. That kinda looks like a human head. a skull, the remnants of one. Yeah, that kind of looks like a skull. You have the teeth there. Jawbone broken in half. One eye socket there. And one eye socket up there. Rather malformed. Reminds me of the clickers from The Last of Us. I never noticed. So apparently these are, or rather were, humans. And that's the tongue that they shove down people's throats. If you're into that, that is. That's something that the dentist can't fix. I mean, I think there's a bit more to fix here before a dentist can really do anything. Those two things on the back kind of look like remnants of legs, maybe. But yeah, most of it is not something I can identify. Now here actually we get a second pose. One is just on the ground. And I was right that it has 6 legs. 3 pairs of legs. So it is an insect or a bug and not a spider. And now we have a standing one. But that's a hug difficult to refute. Wait a moment. Now it has 8 legs. Something is wrong here. Okay, so it has 2 legs, 2 hind legs, 2 legs on the side, and then 4 in the front. Here it has 4 in the front, 2 on the side, and... Where the heck are the last pair of legs? They are... They are missing? Wait. Oh! Those bits I said look like human legs. Those ones. Those are the last pair of legs. They are just folded up there. So it has 8 legs. It is a spider of sorts. And this is a hug you cannot refuse. You know, when I look at models like these, I really wonder if the person who had to model this, who had to paint this, rig this, and animate this, had any nightmares about it. It is not a spider. It is not. Okay, so what is it? Well, it's a BOW, right. Also, I think the tongue there, you can see, it's made out of 3 or maybe, I think 4. Yes, I think 4 tubes. And their ends, you can actually see the little openings. So that's how this lovely creature injects those tiny parasites into the host. But as we learned, if you munch on some green herbs, you will puke them out and you'll be alright. Because, fun fact, one of the statistics that Resident Evil Net tracks when it comes to Resident Evil 3 is how many times Jill pukes. I know. Now, the only way to make Jill puke is to get infected by the parasites by these lovable creatures. Now, if I'm not mistaken, you cannot get through the game with 0 puking. Because there is one time, actually during a cutscene, a questionably erotic one, where Jill is infected. And that is when the game, well, no, the game actually doesn't tell you straight out, I think, to eat the green herbs, but in the surrounding area you can find notes about it, well, at least one. You have to eat a green herb and then puke out all that disgusting gunk, and you can go on your merry way into the hive of these lovely creatures. The fuck would I know? But you just said that it's not a spider. That kind of implied that you know. That you know. You can play through. You can play through this game. Like that. Well, I would like to watch you actually play through this game. If anyone wants to play Resident Evil, I am always interested. And if you want to play Resident Evil 5 or 6 and you want to play in co-op, let me know. Because I'm always game. I played those games enough that even if I completely forgot them, I can get back into the rhythm rather quickly. But indeed, this was a human. Who would have thought? And they are called Dreadist. Well, we learned that. And I think we got that because of the bookworm. Goodness. Which one had the guy with the tongue? Well, I see, Zeb, that you are a person with refined tastes. But the thing is, when it comes to the new Resident Evil games, more specifically anything made with the RE engine, so that would be the remake of 2, 3, 4, Resident Evil 7, 8, and possibly the new 9 called Requiem, they can be modded rather easily. So I'm pretty sure the moment Resident Evil Requiem is released, there will already be a nude mode for Leon. Most likely. So if you want a guy with a tongue, just play any of the games with a guy. And there will be a mod for a tongue. Or less. Now, the one you are talking about is either Resident Evil 2, the remake, and that guy in the tongue is Mr. X. Because there is a mod where Mr. X is wearing a tongue, nothing else as far as I know, and fun little detail, on the front of the tongue is the Umbrella logo. Because you know damn well that if Umbrella put clothes on Mr. X, the tyrant, they put an Umbrella logo on that somewhere. Because that's just what they do. The other one might be Resident Evil 4, the remake. I usually saw Leon, but I think that will be Resident Evil 4, because that game, as much as I never played the remake, has a mod, I think, where Leon has a tattoo on his back around his hips or waistline, I'm not sure exactly, and he might be wearing a thong, but I think he's wearing like a short top as well. I haven't played that game. I haven't seen what the modders came up with. Yes, that one, of course, that one. Crazy. But yes, that has Leon. And if you like Leon, and especially if you like older gentlemen, then you will love Resident Evil 9 Requiem, because Leon is back, older than ever, and yeah, half of the internet is calling him a DILF, which I'm still not sure about, because as far as the story goes, he has no children or partner at all. I'm pretty sure he's still running after Ada. Crop top, tattoo and tongue, yes. Good to know what people are into these days. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if there is a Nemesis mod where Nemesis is wearing a tongue. Because I mean, why not? The guy with the what? Don't worry about it, you right there. It's fine. It's not say so. So don't worry about it. You just remain your innocent self. Now, let's see the records. So, with grenades, we got 112 kills out of the 120, and if we get the remaining 8, we will get exactly 10,400 points. Who decided on that? And more importantly, how did they decide on that? But alright. What else do we have? We got 10 kills with the Magnum. Oh goodness. Okay, so if we ever finish this, we will get another 10,400 more points. I saw a modded Leon cosplayer of the aforementioned mod, I'm assuming. Oh goodness. Now let's see. We have the Hello Charlie here. Yes. Yes, of course. Did you like it? No, I'm looking for... That is how I found out about the mod. Oh, I see, I see. So you saw the cosplayer and you were so surprised about this entire thing that you had to look up what the inspiration was. I see. That explains it. Yeah. I mean, if I saw a guy in a thong who is apparently cosplaying something, I would want to know why. Possibly for different reasons, though. No, it just showed up on my Instagram later on. You know, these social media platforms use algorithms, so what you like or watch or look at for a long time will be shown to you more by complete accident. Unbelievable. Yes, yes it is. So let me see. Bookworm read all story files. We did it! And we got 1000 points for it because apparently this is easy, I guess. Goodbye Charlie, which I did as well during this playthrough earlier. Destroy all Charlie dolls gets us another 1000 points. So far I got 2000 points in this playthrough. That will not be enough. And the minimalist got us 7000 points. Complete the game without opening the item box. So we made 9000 points, which I don't think is enough. Now we have 62,760 points. And I need 62,400. Oh ho ho. We have ourselves an infinite rocket launcher. Ho ho. That's fun. So, we have 46 out of the 58 records done. Now they are not all trophies. The game has much fewer trophies. Actually, with the platinum, Resident Evil 3 has 33 trophies. The game has, with, well, a platinum, since So Long RC is literally that, complete all challenges, except for more challenges actually than there are trophies. This game has 58 records, so we won't try to get all of them, but then again we kind of have to grind for points. So let's see the trophies. Yes. Yes, let's go here. Let's go back here. It would be nice if it updated. So we went from 53 to 59%. Now we actually start from here. We got everything here. Also really nice how the icon of the trophy here is a bronze with a bronze frame and a red background. For the silver one, the frame is of a different shape. It is silver and has a dark gray background. So here we got which one? Hello Charlie's here. Goodbye Charlie was for all the Charlie dolls, and here's the bookworm of the different notes you can find in the game. There's, I think, a diary entry there, the advertisement of the Charlie doll, and 2 other notes. Read all the files. It's a very rare silver trophy, 10.9% completion overall amongst the players. Read all story files. Yes, right there. I mean, it is the last in the game, so I could say that I got all of them in one playthrough. A playthrough that lasted like a year or so. I'm not sure when I started this game, but I think it is rather telling that I started this game in PlayStation Plus, and then that subscription ended, and then I purchased the game, and now I'm continuing it. And here's the Conqueror, Nightmare or Higher. I love that Conqueror is the same difficulty as these among the players, so at least I don't feel that terrible about my performance here. Except I did the Conqueror before this, but whatever. Minimalist. Complete the game without opening the item box. There's the item box. Apparently this is even harder. Great. Great. You don't have to know those pesky details. Yes, I've been playing this game for 66 hours. Don't worry about that. I'm not even sure if that includes when you restart or reload things. I guess yes, because it's overall playtime. But I guess this is rarer because only people who go for the records or the trophies, only they really play with these kind of limitations. Or people who want to get the infinite weapons from the shop and all that. Because you kinda need the point. Or rather points, many of them. And with that, in theory, we are at 59% overall. If it loads, yes. The rarest now is the Minimalist. Still not the rarest game in the game overall. 11 silver, 16 bronze, that means 27 overall. We are missing 6 trophies. And that means another playthrough. What will we be doing? I'm not sure. We still have 2 hidden trophies, whatever those are. Probably one of them is the Inferno run. Complete the game using 1 or fewer recovery items. Goodness. Complete the game in under 2 hours of playtime. That's a speedrun. And complete the game with an S rank. These are the ones we are after. So maybe we will try an S rank or an A rank for the points. Who knows? But our journey in Raccoon City is not over just yet. We are getting closer. There are different kind of challenges, in my opinion, when it comes to games and trophy hunting. One falls into the category of collectibles, where you have to be really attentive, maybe play through the game multiple times. It takes patience, but it's not necessarily a skill-based challenge. The ones we have here are in a different category. I would say they require more skill, because you have to pretty much speedrun the game. You have to play on higher difficulties. You have to get the S rank, which in my opinion is insane. I spent 7-8 hours with this playthrough, and I should do it in 2. I have no clue how. I think my best rating was a B for around 4 hours. I think the A requires 3 and the S is 2. So maybe we will try that, get an infinite gun and just mow through everyone. I'm not really good when it comes to speedrunning games, but we'll see. Easy, of course it is. It would be easy for you, Zeph, but again, you see, we are different, because I kind of feel bad for poor Nemesis, whereas you are used to making children clean out puke in RimWorld. So we have a different view on creatures. I mean, Nemesis is a poor little bioweapon. Okay, a big bioweapon, but still pure and poor. Kind of feel bad for him, because no one asked him. He was just sent out, and that's not nice. But for all it's worth, we defeated Nemesis, and I defeated my own Nemesis in this game, the Charlie dolls. And I honestly don't know what the collectibles are in Resident Evil 4, but I can already tell that I will have a great time looking for those, because I spent so much time with the Mr. Raccoons in Resident Evil 2. I spent so much time, much more, with the Charlie dolls, so if this trend is continuing, in Resident Evil 4, that will be the last trophy I get. Find the collectibles. I will be like, I did everything. I finished the game. I did the speedrun. I played through the highest difficulty possible. I didn't use anything. I didn't open the item box. I did not heal. I threw away all my guns. I finished the fucking game with a knife. I still don't know where the collectibles are. And no, that is not a joke. In Resident Evil Village, there is actually a challenge to complete the game with only your knife, because madness. That is why. But for today, we are done with our playthrough of this game. I'm rather happy that I was able to finish it. I know it was a lower difficulty, but still, it was nice. I will be back on Friday with Home. Yes, that Home. And we are going to replay the game with even more crazy ideas. Hopefully finding a few trophies along the way if they are not bugged. We'll see. But for now, I have to see whom I should raid. Whom shall we raid? Well, we have a few choices. I really have to look for more VTubers, because I don't really have many VTubers to raid at this time of day. Many streamers changed their schedules since I started streaming, and so I can't really raid them or watch them. But I think today I am going to raid Elior. He is playing Are We There Yet, a rather whimsical co-op game where you are going camping with your friends in an RV, and your job is, well, to actually get there and don't die, which is not as easy as it seems, especially if your friend who is driving the RV can't drive, which is most often the case. So let's see what he is doing. I think he is streaming with Zeb, so this will be rather chaotic. So please say hello to them. And if you'd like to watch more of my crazy shenanigans, I will be back on Friday. Oh, thank you, Urite, for joining. I actually wanted to raid you, but you are not streaming. Why aren't you streaming? But then again, you already had a stream today, so please relax a bit, okay? Give your body a bit of a rest, because it might need it, and you deserve some rest yourself. But for now, I thank you for joining me on this milestone of a Resident Evil 3 playthrough. Have a great day, and as always, good night.